guess y'all been wondering what happened to me on Sunday because did say I do stream on Sunday. There was a really bad hurricane. I said it on my last thing before I got cut off. That on Saturday. And with that, we kind of had to get that cut off, and the power was out for a while, and I didn't get my internet. We got power back at like 3 a.m. and then we had internet for about 2 hours. 2 hours at 5 o'clock a.m. and then the internet got cut off, and for the longest time I didn't know what it was. I thought I didn't pay the bill or something, so I had to call my dad, and he had to look at it, found out they were doing some maintenance and didn't tell anybody. Doing maintenance and not telling anybody. Big soccer. But in doing that, I had to cancel that stream. I'm sorry, I don't have any way to really let y'all know that I'm going to cancel streams yet, but I'm working on getting a Twitter account or something like that. I don't use Twitter that much. I might just start a YouTube, so I might post something on YouTube videos or things like that. If you want something like that, please let me know. If you do come to my channel and subscribe or follow, I don't really care what you do. I'm just here to bring laughs, joy, and get to watch an idiot play Final Fantasy XIV. So, last we left off by Mother Nature. So, we're gonna go into the dungeon. And normally, I would do it with trust first, and then do it with actual people. So, the thing is, I'm behind everyone else in my free company when it comes to content. So, we're gonna have to skip it just this once. I might post a run with just the trust, just to kind of, speed it up a little, just so y'all can still get that trust kind of thing. I did get to see a whole lot of the dungeon, so you don't have to worry about that. But the reason I'm streaming on Monday, and early Monday nonetheless, is I want to get finished with Endwalker. I've been hearing it's so good that it makes you cry, makes you angry, makes you happy all at the same time. I want it. I want to feel. I want to feel again. So we're gonna go in to the dungeon as we speak, and this is the level 87 dungeon, Chris Hyperbolia, and I'm going in as a tank. And just to let you know, I have done the level 90 quest for my summoner. For my heal class, I am doing Sage. I don't care how long and how painful it's going to hurt me. I'm leveling up Sage to level 90. And my tank will be Gunbreaker, because Dark Knight has basically betrayed me and basically done me dirty. Hopefully it gets upgraded during the patch notes, and by the time we get female Hrothgar, praise be to Yoshi P, we are going to be having a fun time with that, especially if they look like the Ronzo from Final Fantasy X, the female Ronzo anyway. But besides that, I have nothing else to say, and that was a quick queue. Let's do this. Other DPS? Other DPS. Come in, other DPS, we need you. But yeah, so lately, so yeah, I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday like I should have, but I am going to be streaming 2 days in a row for you, just you guys. So today and tomorrow, well, today and Tuesday is going to be pretty much an all-day stream. So today we're going to be going until we hit the end of Endwalker or my internet or Mother Nature decides to say fuck you.
Turn back, else I might be forced to.
We got a Reaper, a Bard. I haven't seen many Bards lately. So this is going to be new to me. Look over at him now. Look over. This is just like, holy crap. Snow monsters! Or are they sand? I don't know. It looks like snow. So. I've been looking forward to this exactly and about a week. And this dungeon has been sent sold by me to me in one of the best dungeons in I would say, oh my god, I'm going to fangasm over this. I mean, with the trust, you get to do this with all of our favorite ancients. So, what's not to love? Go here. also love this design because it looks like a hawk guard. Frigid Stomp. I don't know why there's that hurt a little bit, but not so much. I'm just loving this side or this side? I can't remember. Comes the Frigid Stomp. Why can't Hawkguard look like this? If it looked like this, I'd be more willing to play Hawkguard. I really want to see what all the gear. I haven't got to see any of like the full dungeon sets yet, so I'm a little curious. So forgive me if I like stop just for a second. This is one of the reasons why I can trust her, so I can get a look of the gear to see if I will be playing this dungeon. Life up. Yo, dude, we're trying to help you. You're making our job kind of hard.
really want to look at this gear so badly, so I'm just gonna pop it. I don't know why the deer gods are being nice to me. It makes me scared. Oh, not that one. My bad.
I cannot let you take Meteon. Not yet.
Dude, we don't want to take her. We want to help her.
Hey. No. And this is where I think we got cut off. So at this point, I am completely blind after this. so like most of this gear I'm gonna pass on because
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
oh no, this is where we died, where the thing died, the stream died, I think. Whoa, why are you focusing him? I thought, no, I'm supposed to focus your attention. Not the Reaper, even though Reaper is very interesting.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
I don't want him here.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and pain gather to me. Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Oh god, I have no idea what this is.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall as rain!
Okay, so we now have that. He's about to pull what
Streams of ether! Surge as one!
This fight is interesting. I'm liking it. This feels
Here's my foe!
feels like eating, but almost with all the ones that had you teleport back and forth. There was one that was like nothing but giant bunch of paper birds and things like that. That one is what I feel like this fight is really like successful. This is literally just making moves and things like paying attention to the fight. Or hope that you have someone in your fight that knows how the fight goes.
Stars on high, even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
Oh, this is bad. And we're done.
No! My power!
God, I love the new seating animations. They're just... Mwah, Seth's kiss. But if this is a voice cutscene, I'm going to be very quiet after this, because this is 47. I don't need the bow, but I do want the orchestration. Okay, I didn't get the orchestration, but I'll give her the recommendation because she was keeping my sorry ass alive. And I almost leveled up again.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. It's the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the Star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Come on! Let me break free!
Go.
Let me break free!
To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
Damn it!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world.
That's it.
This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place.
Right.
You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Almost! Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
No!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
You know what? I said it once, I say again. Anyone named after a Greek god is potentially to turn evil. Evil or corrupt.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Yes. What will become of the others, I wonder.
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
About to go through some psychic level bullshit.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
God dang it! Let this be a lesson to anyone who's named after a Greek or Roman god. Don't trust them! They're evil or they will turn evil.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit
different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinara about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
We do. It doesn't help the fact that I want to go play God of War, the original, so I can kill Hermes again, repeatedly, over and over and over, and just savor it. I really wish Hermes, like, I want to do that dungeon again, just so I can beat the crap out of him. Because that pissed me off. Like... Does nothing come good? Nothing good comes from the Greek gods. Nothing. Moving on from that, though. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it's unlikely he will create more Ekulekes. He poured much of himself into Melaton, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated, in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that. And had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Melaton would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days and the war of and death. You may now enter... Yeah. I'm not salty. Nope, not salty at all. No, don't. Listen to me. Our duty is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Elmixelk and Hedelius that they have been deceived. No, we must ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors, Pavlin. I'm not salty. We could have saved our boys. We could have saved El McSelk. We could have saved our old new best friend, Amadeus. Oh my god, I hate Hermes. I hated him in our time, and now I hate him in the past. I hate him in past, present, and future. And all because he couldn't be satisfied with the life he had here. Oh my god, I'm so angry right now. I'm so angry. It's just, oh my living god. He had everything. Everything. It's basically like the saying, what do you give a man that has everything, but yet has nothing? He had everything, and he couldn't let it go. Couldn't adjust. Couldn't think of, hey. Upon speaking to Fanat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside significant time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. I'm just going to say but this. This is a man who had everything, who couldn't look for beauty in the world he had, all because of everything that went around him. Instead of trying to change the world for the better, he sought an escape from the world. He sought to remove himself from the world, or at least find out if there were better worlds out there. And each one just seemed to be worse than the last, which I can't help but find it strange that no world that her sisters went to actually found at least some solace in that. So I just find that strange. I know it's story purposes, but I just found it strange that no world got a utopia and they just died because of some natural disaster that they couldn't stop. But that's just me. But zip the lip, going on mute.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home. I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play. And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long. No. You must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the Convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the Convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandana.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone, they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark! God, born of our boundless faith! We bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old. The days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. Find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same you who fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded!
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
Those who can stand, come with me!
You're safe now. Easy now. Deep breaths.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army.
So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that! You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
Now, let's go!
Nothing to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard!
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone. I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order? I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages. beginning.
I had a feeling I'd find you. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me! Now, where were we?
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to...
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well...
Behind you!
More of them.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard! bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume...
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, It is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. Owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships are taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting...
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than...
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Forchano. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will...
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor.
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
It's not the bear it...
Thank you for... I remember you.
Ah, you're... Oh.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone. I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order? I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated.
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even... What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that... Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to Old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well...
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one... You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an...
I forgot I was muted during this, so, quick thing. I don't think he gives two flying fucks. He just wants us to be the one to be put him in the ground. And I, for one, want to be the one to put my gunblade in his chest and then pull the trigger.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
At least he admits.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the...
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the Forum next.
Ah. I was trying to get the cutscene for the pudding. I am sorry I messed that up. Maybe if I end this, will give us a chance to do the cutscene again. Not that I'm complaining around here, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetherius, I did inadvertently awaken in the Lobrites a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Cal tells us you've attained new knowledge that may aid in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the etheric sea, but your findings are certain to be of great interest, and I would rather hear them first. To revelations did Highland's Ephraim lead. And this Dymas is what drives the final days. If Akasa are one and the same, this all but proves Nidhan's theory. Were an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the Dymas of the greater expanse. Meantime, or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that sea has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for the single purpose, the destruction of Theris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim: to defeat Melaton. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Melaton and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before John escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and Venat and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she should share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intended for us to flee Thuris, not stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Melaton? The Venat I know would never give up. That's my impression too, otherwise she wouldn't use me as a conduit for her will, or provide clues such as the Apis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answers to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Melaton. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely on wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communicating with Hydaelyn must be a necessity come first. Did you or Master Matoria have any luck with your investigation into the Etheric Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of an avid and echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoria is on the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instruction from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Etheric Sea, but closer to home. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rosa, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Alright, let's do this. Tis Highland commandment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Leopard were to deliver the people of Therius from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse, and that means of its transversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Melaton, we do well to heed their counsel. At first, I was unsure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed at the Great War. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it's our right to choose. Well, that was much quicker response than I expected. Nice to know the efforts of the Magna Glacius didn't go unnoticed. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we've known not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. To the Rosha. Taru, we know you're Zodiac, the true Zodiac. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. You want to keep your distance, huh? Zodiac, you're just kinda hiding in the background now, aren't you, Zodiac? But all things aside, Cryo, what you got to say? After you left for Golemald, I went to the Labros and tried to reach Highland using the Epis files again. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Van Daniel and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Gra. I'm going to talk to Gra first. To think the crystal tower of the first is capable of such feats as sending one soul into the distant past. The events you witness and help shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I remember the dear friends in a future I am made, whose selflessness effort saw the 8th Umbral calamity avoided. In this timeline, at least, too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Aetheris now. Damn right we're not abandoning it. Yastola, give me your words of knowledge. Master Montoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the etherical sea. Surveying, of course, all the custodians of the anti-tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result. She has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. Oh, Master Montoya pissed. After sending Gra, Tia, and Astinian back to Golemald, I stayed in Locus Among Us for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the attachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to the end. Why you gotta be like that, Thancred? Why you gotta be like that? Oh God. We're about to come to the end of all things. We're coming closer and closer to the end, boys. Dear God, my mind is like turned into like pasta right now because of just like how so much is going on. I'm just like, oh my god. The form is incessant as such the Rosa is close to visitors. I'm not a visitor, I'm just supposed to be in there. A scion of the Seventh Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armament at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. All I ask is no one touch my gunblade. Someone touch my gunblade, try to take it apart, look at it, anything. They're getting hurt. I just went through the whole thing. Just get the other side. The fastest point from point A to point B is the straight line. Tension so thick you can cut it with a knife.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now... The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us, and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside,
hey, Bunny Boy.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational, and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. Yes. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not
Grandpa
the same
here.
dry theories recited
Favorite
ad
new
nauseam,
Grandpa character.
but fresh. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Once again, Grandpa coming through to save the day. Let's give a round of applause to Grandpa right here.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
it'd be really stupid not to at this point. Y'all got your backs against the wall.
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Woohoo!
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Oh, great. Now we gotta talk to all these people again. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measured and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon. But from your account, it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Venat knew the final days would reoccur at a different point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape to the moon aligns so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. Perhaps if Mr. Gomer were still alive in the traditional sense, that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contributions would make enough of a difference to matter. Oh no, he probably could have done it. Of late, I have seen no signs of the Loporits. This being the first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sunland, the potential for misadventures is nigh infinite. God damn it. My affinity for Espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. They may have been clues there and here and there, but I've been a mind to look for them. But contemplating the possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems preposterous, absurd, when spoken aloud. I still agree with that. Spaceships in my Final Fantasy? While I was very much taking issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually worked, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the anti-tower, although I expect that in time they'll share that with us too, and with Master Matoya, if they have any sense. Yeah, okay. Rest assured I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. Okay. Cryo. Phew, I admit, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting, though they were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphino up on his offer. Alphino? Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plans. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part, but since we require both a means of communication with Highland and reaching Metron, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc, the way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problems of the Aether Burner. I like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I should take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Arcanio. I trust you can make your way there on your own. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? We're finally getting to go to the lower levels. And this is the back door. Oh, sightseeing log. Hold on. Wait, there we go. Wow, 84 XP. 84,000 XP for that. Shit. We'll come back from there in a minute, I promise. Right, we need to teleport to... just to be sure I'm going to the right place. Okay, so we're going... oh, we're just going straight. Is he going to take us straight down? Do they intend to carry everything in the Ark to the moon? They said they started loading scientific records and biological samples. But do they really need all of it? It seems so long ago when we first set foot here. Some would surely object to the form allowing foreign elements to have the run of the secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. It has been many moons since last visit Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they only continue to grow in the days since. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increasing standing. Would that they be willing to confide in us sooner? Once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. Among the many varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventions made by the Archon. I have the form believe that such records would provide insight to intricacy of cleric duties. Regardless, the Loprites did not consider them worthy of more than a curious glance. Our destination lies in the lower levels of the form, and its wisdom has granted you access to the Archon's left. Step inside and have take you to the medical circuit. Going underground, boys. Little snitch told us. It was to use the lift then, yes? I have sent your associates ahead to Alpha on the other side of the Nomex. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Almost done, boys. Almost done. I mean, can't believe we're here. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. And I know, I'm gonna like this ending. Alright, time to talk to everybody again. Oh, there you are, having words with Master Fortuna. By any chance? Knowing the form, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. Our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to my eye. We need to get you some meat in you, man. You've been around those bunnies too long. We must be close to the central circuit, which is where Saladin's grave secrets are held. If the tomes I pursued told the whole story. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Fandaniel. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. I wonder what this place is actually for. Well, we're about to find out. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Log Station Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of lavas are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how did you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. And what? Left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asked father how clouds are made, so he decided to tell me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all easy to take for granted the many and weaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. By having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperites in recreating similar environment, I've come to view such process in new light. The subterranean gardens of Lavros, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitats built for all mankind near the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. There's no mere coincidence. Ever since Highland unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetherius, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the great exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central unit circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. However, we will not be subject to said restrictions. We will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such is the will of the Forum after all. We will provide ourselves worthy of your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seven Dawn are permitted to enter the central unit circuit. Why do I keep calling it unit? Circuit. It's a circuit, not a unit. Battery forward. Dual side controller low. Oh god. Where's that? No. No. Yes. There we go. Okay. Talk to everybody. The sooner we can get a look at this Aether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working on how to improve it. The temperature environment, the temperate environment that is not unlike the best ways burrowed, though the diverse vegetation will produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. So many jokes going to be made. I have no idea what makes Alphanel so confident we can solve this problem of their relentless optimism, I presume. Not an unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. I imagine the secrets kept here would be great benefit to my own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. But that the heavens themselves can be so idyllic. This is the central circuit. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Highland, provided we somehow manage to succeed where the Solon's finest engineers have failed. Still, it wouldn't hurt to have a look. The sooner we can get a little... Oh yeah, I already talked to you. Alize! Talk to me. Please tell me we're almost there. Or is there another underground level we have to reach? But even more central circuit, perhaps. It's like opening a box within a box. The afterburner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Cole Kai Dunkao? Cole? After whom the forge is named. Once the necessities and introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. I don't know what it is, but I have been mispronouncing names, and I'm going to feel like a dummy when they put the name out there.
could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not,
you got the warriors,
like
you got a couple of Archons.
By whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Or arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
And this is where, if I was reincarnated, my knowledge of rockets would come in handy. Finally, I will be validated for looking into rockets and rocket fuel.
Hast thou consulted with the Loperids?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allagan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allagan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though.
Maybe not a living soul.
We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream.
Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
We were. The White Raven's ghost. It haunts me.
Heavens, are you all right? You look pale as a... Well... Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
Hold me. Someone please hold me.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
He said it!
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Scions, assemble!
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2...
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog!
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Everybody, lock and load. We're going in dry.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
I just want like an overlay on him, like with the grandpa. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link portal conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I best return to the surface and inform the relative parties. I also have a contact of my own who might be worth a try. I swear if it's that... Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. On that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Uda... Oh no.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
And may the power protect you. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers.
And an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
And this is why we have neighbors.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
You forget you have destructive neighbors.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand?
Their god is the god of destruction.
You are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
Ask the white maids to kill people. They can do it.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Part of me is so excited. Healers and warriors of destruction united as one.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Haven't heard that name in a while.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Wait, isn't that still in my inventory?
A roar! A dragon's roar!
Oh no. Oh no, it's all hands on deck now, boys. Please tell me all of the dragons are coming back. Please tell me like all of them are like, nah fam. Oh my god. If we do not have...
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The four lords are coming back! I knew it! I knew they'd come to help us! I'm so excited! I'm so excited! Let's do this! Let's fucking go! Oh my god! When they said everybody, this is the Avengers moment! This is Endgame! This is where we are going to face down Thanos! We are about to kick Melaton's ass! I am so bloody excited! Oh my god, I can't wait! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! In the meantime, I gotta calm down, gotta keep it in my pants, no one wants to see this ugly thing. Is there naught else we might do before to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough! If I had to say though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Algon technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair, you seem to know more than your average scholar. Ah, if only Nakabo knew how right he was. While he and Grotty established a raptor, why don't we help with preparations for the great exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our agreement, but I propose that this not to curry favor. As a confidant as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traveling the great expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while wait for the antimantite. Right. Oh my god, the four lords. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Starling Hamlet is lousy with research, and the scholarly type's busy themselves preparing for the exodus. Pah! That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I knew the four would be back. I just didn't know how they were going to do it. Oh my god, the four coming back. We are about to have our Avengers Endgame moment right now, and I'm so bloody excited that my god, I don't need caffeine to keep me up anymore. That alone just put the fuel back into my engine, boys. We're finishing this. I don't care how long it takes. We're finishing this today. Come hell or high water, we are finishing this today. I am so bloody excited. We're not stopping for anything. We're not stopping for bathroom breaks. We're not stopping for anything unless it's a cold, black emergency, universe coming to an end. We are seeing this thing through. I am so excited. When people say the ending was going to be something that was going to make me probably flip my shit, I need multiple tables lined up so I can literally flip them all. That's how excited I am. Heck, we're not even talking to everybody. We're just going. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say that they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration. Scarlet, onto Hargan mention. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the 8th right once our work is done. Wait, there's an 8th right? Old A.M. Monkey's uncle. Let's get my 8th right thing to this area. Oh, I'm so missing like a whole bunch. Don't worry, we'll come back for you. But for now, let's get 8th right. helping with the Ark, even with all the power squeezed out of the afterburner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there's be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duty. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Curse my sword, Hobbs, a boy girl. I should be able to jump over that. Oh, hello? Are you one of the new helpers? Working? Even so, I chose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in and day out is tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplay a few rhythms or what have you. The foreman's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Falchion and the others. Hardly get moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Sleep is for the weak when the apocalypse is about to happen. But we have a plan. Plan to save the world and prove Hermes wrong. Because God knows I love proving Greek gods wrong. By offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents myself. It's mostly a list of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whatever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looking giants. Why? I would much prefer something small and fluffy. Like the hat-it rabbit that ran away. How much you wanna bet that's a lump, right? I can't be too loud right now, but I'm so very excited I want to scream at the top of my lungs. Fancy meeting you here, Naruto. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the Theorist itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guide to it, but it appears they're rather preoccupied, honestly. All time to prepare and they still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning on doing until we chance upon Orianji and your good self. Since you're both dawdling around about engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest that would be fun. We are trying to save the universe and they wanted to go on a great tour? Living way. If you're too busy to sell us a fight, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused. Don't worry. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and the best way burrows, this would be our best interest to have the Lockerites acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their solid collaborators. I fear, however, that the continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their prospect. May thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with the great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, that. The what's-it. I shall leave it. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you, Oriane. You dick! That was a dick move and you know it. I hope you get Atrix sickness again. Oh god. What are they looking at? Is it that? Or... oh god. This. Perhaps you can direct our attention to the most important features. And move the camera as well as zooming out and... oh god. But that's... out. That looks like the trees and the Endwalker. Hold on. Okay, whoever said these bunnies, okay, these bunnies might be too smart. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here, stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install even the harshest environment. To install in even the harshest environments for our slopperoids, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fleeting settlement. Arid, dry deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to produce this for you now. We can produce enough water to keep them from dying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few justices may be in order once we accumulate the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they attained the war in the first place. Master Alphino spoke for that fate during our journey through. We must journey beyond the century. Where Sorrow and Hamlet, I shall lead the way. You mean we'll be having brave the untold wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking behind the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted by the burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many hungry predators with aforementioned big, nasty teeth, lumberjacks may appear to be potential, rather appetizing sources of sustenance. Might I impose upon the assistants to ensure safe passes to Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to living way and cooking way. I entrust singing way and growing way to thine care. More of a protector they could wish for. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come on, growing way. To water extraction, what's it? To the water extraction, what's it? The Lobrites are probably the funniest things I have ever seen in a Final Fantasy game. Like, they take the cake. They could be so serious one moment and then I'm really busting the gut next moment with them. I'm still laughing at how Living Way basically said, hey, yeah, Zodiac's pretty much dead and we now have to do our duty. It's like, she's blunt. Like, just outright blunt. And I just can't help but love her for it. How is that okay? But she is probably one of my favorites. Living Way is probably one of my favorites. Get out of here. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction once is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burned to a crisp if it's all the same to you. My friends, I bid you welcome to Station Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. You will need to use the lift. Use this lift so you know so let me know if you're heading that way. Yes, I'm heading that way. If for no else reason to stop these bunnies from destroying the universe. Marvelous, simply marvelous. This is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain from here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Ithras just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out that way different? Turn out that way because of the available resources, I wonder. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I can't wait to see more of it. Alright, Cooking Way, what do you got to tell us? Cooking Way is eager for a change of venue, or at the very least a change of what's it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I rather was hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumption you seek may be found at the Morals Agmatics, as I imagine Singway and the others tend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Would thou be so kind to escort our vision culinary? Yes, that sounds much more interesting, hopefully. I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacy Orionji was telling me about. Even his incredible vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to samples than myself. Not to mention, Ethereus will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. They are the cutest little things. And I'm almost upset. To know that I'm so glad this is going to be an area we can come back to. I know right now I'm going to visit those little guys and do every quest, side quest they have. I don't care. I'm getting all my characters to 90 and then my crafters to 90. This is the place, yes? Heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I spied several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our commendaponium. Ideally love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you can ask whoever's in charge if they're willing to part with a few samples. The gray is now coming in and blah blah blah. Yes, we know. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rust off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We got to find a way to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the form decides will be our new home. A new home. it's also so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how careful it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environment, so many species doomed to extinction. So, sorry, that's not what you can talk about, is it? Not quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much obliged, my good fellow. So where do we begin? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. It tastes as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most particular. Though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'd like to try another. Wow, that is certainly giving me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I agree. Good choice, Vance. I'll stick mine for. Meh. Meh. Yeah, an expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, they are about more as an ingredient for spurious beverage than an actual food for regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange. By name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? I'm going. Part of me wants to ask that in my next raid group. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Oriande about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. But perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I can see why you all turn your noses up to the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous they still are, in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. I think these are pumpkins. Yep, pumpkins. Aren't pumpkins a fruit? Are they the same? Are they some sort of enormous round carrot? No, these are pumpkins. No? In any case, proper Nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Ugh, it's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures. Masquerading as godly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you find it? Do you not find it enough for bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself, and what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I smell. I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about the yellow fruit over yonder? A banana? Wait, banana's more... It might be an apricot. Oh no, that's a lemon. What a wonderful thing. With luck, I'll have a flavor to match. I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it. My tongue! Is this poison? No, that's a lemon. A lemon, you mean? It's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I best call it in to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Fairness having, I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Let's sow the pumpkin. Though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. And then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I still feel so violated. Ha! First time, was it? Hey, for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. So it doesn't... If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spur this opportunity to... Oof! Oh. Came up there. That sick came up there. Learn more of your... Very well, Lemon Muffin. Do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state. It has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for some other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every specimen with us. No doubt the former pod agonize over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history, our choices. But make them we must if we are to survive. Oh god, I am really happy right now. I'm just crying tears of joy because of how funny that was. Oh god. Okay, I'm recovered. Okay. Such strength of will. Now I know what Highland season behind it. Mankind, the Lombards, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancient. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fate of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And there lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable idea. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations, since time immemorial, have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in the futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Not part of my movement, but other. Cook on my extra service. I made them up prepared for the trip. Once you get there, you'll be able to dry my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crop too. We've been working together to preserve as many eater-in species as possible, but you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has been a highly productive probability. Let us go see if Orion's and the others have run out of machines to keep that settled. Motorcycle, let's go. Almost at 90, boys. We're almost there. Almost there. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famous for their cuisine? Would that I... There is. Now do I trust 9 times at Melons and None? Did bear fruit. For our own efforts too, we were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Sarlingham forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every lover there, So a further question within my power to answer arise. I'm so glad I can just teleport there now. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy and too excited. We just need to get to the end. Oh my god, we're almost there. We're almost to the end, boys. I can see the finish line. We're almost there. We've been going for 4 hours, guys. I don't care how long it takes. We're getting to the end. Why the long face? Yes, Naruto. That was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstruct environmental data for Therius. That's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? Almost purple. You see the forests on the first. Almost purple. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet to achieve so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy of thy uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare? I was able to glean a fair bit from the research while helping move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruptions here. Despite news of the coming in, we have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could make the difference between life and death, and we can wholly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our godly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so. I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed some moping in the Western Plaza that looked in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you can start with him. We still need to cut that title in, you know. Like, we're doing all this, like, side stuff when we really should be contacting Heidelin. Like, hey, Heidelin, remember me? I came to the past. I met you as Fanat. You basically sundered everything and basically went God mode on everybody, you know, that kind of thing. And now we need to get to the nest and kill the goddess of despair. Oh, can I help you? I wonder why you look like you're about to take a dump. It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden ease. Pray tell us thine troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of solid ingenuity, that it's built with peerless elegant technology is all true, but I know that none of that is a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown in the great expanse. All the tests we've run been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us, what can we do? And even if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the afterburner design was flawless too, and look, that turned out. Thou art familiar with the most daunting technology, and dost thou hold the power to allay his fears? I'm not sure about that, but well, maybe you could tell me if there's any aspects of the ship's design you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I devised the means by which to employ gravity, autonomy, spatial temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not stronger? What if everyone floats away and begins to crash into things as soon as we left the star? Gravitational. Maybe I can help. After all, up there it's not so different from down here. You see, the same rules apply if you consider them as part of one great cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if then Chris' tales be true, others would be benefit from insight born of experience. Might I prevail the Loperites to attend to them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people there is and learn more about them while we're at it. Fully glad I am to hear it. Gather thy compatriots and bring them hither. Naruto, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek out thee of the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here that I might introduce each one a superhero. Right. Even though we're supposed to be talking to Heidelin. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every loper in their place. Oh, flying would be so useful right now. We gotta find 8 people, okay. Concern? Hey, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. Anxious engineer, okay. One might think, the medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Juryu surgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? The end of the world is not yet. The work goes no faster. Schedules are temperamental things. For one moment, Moloch's the next. And yet I never felt so alive. There's one who's going on help. Only sleep can save her now. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have it spelled to make me remember where I dropped my damn envelope, I dare say more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate. Yeah, you dick. Intrusion. My face? What's wrong with? Ow. Perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna and only the proper fauna are brought with us to the moon. However, the sustainability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Lobrits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps the biology itself may offer some clue as well. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, so the afterburner make our original estimate unfeasible, but there's simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out, but perhaps our lunar associates would have more insight on how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. If anything's bothering me, well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my bat feels like a voice and played it as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals too. The room seems fine. If needed, will break. How might I help you? I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to put them first and drink tea leaf. Now I need to only track down 100 or so more cups. But don't you worry, I command. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman's doing better than you are. Yeah, she is. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We only got 3 out of 8. Dear God. I can't jump over these things. Worries? No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it helps a lot. Can't recommend it enough. I have been streaming for 4 hours trying to get the MSQ done. My brain is really turning into mush. Skeptical researcher, yes. Have you heard of anything on what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the city for the new stuff. Yes. Calm yourself. You have friends, allies to help you. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. 4 out of 8. This leads me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark falling apart under the pressure? And ask him to reply. You know, truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Apologies, but I'm lame. Six. Only 2 more. This is when I wish I could fly. Am I dying? This is what dying feels like. I feel like that's like from an Iron Man movie line. Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, no cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the help I design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind, but that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check. Why? That's wonderful. I'm breathing easy already. Now we just need one more. Scientist. Bill Nye the Science Guy, we're looking for you. Bill Nye the Science Guy, we are in need of your assistance. I have no idea where this last one is. Nope, not in there. Do it? No. Oh my god, I don't know where it is. Am I just blind? Did I like pass it and I'm just blind? I'm missing it somewhere, but if I could only fly, I could probably see where I need to go. Oh. We're just gonna pretend y'all didn't see that. Through thine efforts, word has spread throughout the labyrinth. Labios. Verily, to a great number that a greater number than we anticipated. Living way doth gather more labyrinths as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills that new bonds of friendship might be forged. So greater matters require not thine intention. Watch over them, I pray thee. I just want to get to the part where we talk to Highland and get this shit show on the road. I want to kill me a little demon girl that I thought was my friend.
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
It's in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Want to become famous? How about the no?
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Well, I can see where she got her hair from, though.
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise.
These are the type of parents that all kids should have.
Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life.
Where
You know
are
that's
these
what you
types of
want.
parents in real life? The world would be so much a
If
better
there is
place
one
if they were
thing
real.
we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I thought they were done making me cry.
Truly am.
Yet here I am, shedding manly tears. Manly laggard tears.
I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Keep it together, man. Keep it together.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
I was not ready for this one. I definitely wasn't ready for this one. Give me a moment.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
I still want to go to Gratia's home. Oh no, be sure that I am fucking. Oh, glad to see them too. Glad of that in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, this would have been far harder, as I faced Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Pluralites. Not disposed to the rest of their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou needest elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alex. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes on the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's likely to scorn. Not to mention, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing until later. We're about to level up, boys. We're about to be 89. That's big 89. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. No matter how many times I'm going to say it, I'm ready. I'm ready for depression. I'm ready for happiness. I'm ready for the end. Whether that be hell or high water, we will find out. But I am excited nonetheless. To come what may, this body is ready. I am a little nervous about this though. I don't want to fuck it up. I really don't want to fuck up the ending, so. Martha, what are you doing out here? Obvious, but it's far from the most exciting task, are you sure? Oh, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Emporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. So try not to be too rough with them. Alphanos will be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. You have 3 minutes to complete this test. If you fail, return to the start location and begin again. We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude. How did you come to be involved in this? I suppose I have think as well. If you're wondering why we're tasked with bringing these boxes to Emporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out this is the base of operations of sort. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship manifest can be found here. Other included, I suspect. That to be everything. You carry all that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we're finished. Theopaldon is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. always make time for sinking to the 8th right. Gods, never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought the samples from Selwyn Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I expected one of my many colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Beauchamp's children, are you not? Half an hour now is at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you, yea high, walling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we met. It's good to see you again. Wielding your father's no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like, Craig? Speak in detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I'm meant to be in the charge here and reams of paperwork for submission. We can help with that in exchange for some stories about our parents. Stories our parents would never ruin the world, of course. Ah, very well then. And perhaps that happens to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait, right there. You'll find the form representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind, Alphanel and Alze. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Personally, I believe we should be talking to Heidelin right now, but because we are quite literally at the cusp of the apocalypse overtaking the earth because a creation made by a man who wanted to die. Are you not one of the signs of the seventh dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the afterburner. Leopold's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other tasks, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you sign on to succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sauron has ever been the nation of the curious. This would be tragic indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuits of truth. Level 89, here we come. As soon as I can jump over a hedge. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons. You both have my thanks. And my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and that's quite enough, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we wanted to hear. Of course, of course. I know your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why Levia's name garners so splendid song is your family's storied history. The two, you can trace your ancestry directly to those who came and brought the New Cafet Hope, a lineage a few can claim. I never thought much of myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, though they were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it's true. And a point of pride. 'Tis why pronouncement renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason have ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis looked not at Luther's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peer, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that the askew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Saurian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet, Florian could not reconcile Louis' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently yet made a pariah of his father. I'm just calling him Four agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. And a son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. It is not always thus. God knows For's cranky old goat. God knows For's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet, even so, you must know that he's constantly in his thoughts every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I have not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you I'll say. Thank you for your insight, but next we meet our parents I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me in too much trouble. Now I need the form on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Grass, really hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me the task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments we have delayed too long as is. What about you, Nara? Can you spare the time? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Still wondering when we're going to top the highway. In an event that our, and I quote, promise heap of antima that falls right on the bloody, out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Masako wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flame in Color Forge to burn hotter. He said, He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled into his furnaces. The flow of fires by aether in Lapras is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustments will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can't explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. Well, see you in Solid Hamlet once the Antimantian arrives. This way then. Sword. Discard. I actually like the chest part, even though my hair goes through it. It's the bottom part that kind of feels more like this feels to me more like a sorceress kind of thing, but that's just me. like, but I'm not. I like them, but. We are decenting all the new stuff I probably just got. I'm just going to probably bring the highest stuff I can get. There we go. We just got decenting a lot of dungeon stuff. I'm 89, about to hit. We'll probably hit 90 or getting really close. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose a little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here if you would. And I really need to turn off my notifications. Before we do that, let's look at this guy. Did everything go smoothly out here? Yep. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Cole will have seen a difference in his forest flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there's another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refining andamite is a product of Allegan of the Empire Twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use in part of the Allegan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who pushed further, expanded the Allegan empires to encompass the heavens and the star above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technician, Amon. Here. There is evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the ideal with such favor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like minds have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexplicable decline of the Algan, that moved Alman to resurrect Emperor Zaid. The Emperor people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. For helping Zaid's return, words. I can't say that word. I'm too tired to say that word. Aemon provided these lingering souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indulgence. Or would have, had not Zaid been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Aemon desired for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Aemon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet to reach those stars on wings of antimite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokal is getting to? This aetheryte right over there. I might as well get it. We're getting that aetheryte real quick. I don't care that I'm feeling physically ill or that I feel like I'm about to die. We're finishing this. We have been going for 5 hours, almost 6 hours worth of streaming. It is nothing. It is nothing, and my body will keep going as long as I tell it to. I will probably fall asleep immediately after this, and not wake up until I probably have at least 3 hours of sleep in me again. It may not be a full tank, but it will be enough in the tank to get me through the day. I did thoroughly brief him on Refine and my history. I only wanted to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any apprehensions that was kicked out, that I was kicked out for prattling on. I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, God, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined antimite any faster. We're about to find out, buddy. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do. I hate waiting. I want that anime. I want it now. But, sir, your impatience, I assure you. Is it truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish this sitting about is unbearable. Pity the form bounds on recreation explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was predetermined. If you got mistakes to make. Mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong. Unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain that I better use this for your time, however. I will join you in solving them alone. Oh god, my brain. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Let's wait.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refine...
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Kryl. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Please just teleport me there.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Without the proper permits. By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
I got friends in hot places.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit...
Credit's due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Oh, I love the interaction between these two.
Make me.
I will not
history repeats itself.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. And we've brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of our hard-working expedition members.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our... I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Oh, I feel so loved right now.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture.
And?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Ah, Zodiark in his true form.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being...
an understatement.
She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Amelians.
Helping from
I
the
remain,
shadows.
of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
I love it. I love this. Oh, how that must sting.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
We got everybody. This is the Avengers lineup. The Avengers lineup is here, boys. We were not ready. You thought we were ready? Heck no, we were never ready. We weren't ready for the Avengers sequel. This is the end game. This is our end game, and I am so ready for it.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos.
I did not think my soul be ready for this. And I was right. I'm not ready. My body's not ready. My mind's not ready. My soul ain't ready. But guess what? He's still doing this.
She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that is why...
Best boy. Best bunny boy right here.
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Hey, Hermes! But I want you to hear this from the great beyond. Guess what? We stand
What's this
united.
about a ship that can fly to the moon?
And why didn't you mention
ready.
it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Hey, even little...
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked
Oh,
up
they
a
got even
package
little
from
guy
Gaius.
right there. They got Alpha.
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise. So we offer none of the latter.
What he sent is an Allegan relic Valen's used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
Oh, God.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kroll's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astound... The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That and... Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words.
Good, because we're about to end
that I
this.
aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, you will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever.
As answer was ever was silence.
Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well."
Whoa!
Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
I'm tearing up again, guys. I wasn't ready. This is the Avenger roll call right here. We're about to put an end to Thanos' plans. We're about to end the despair.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power!
We could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
This man... We not only fulfilled your bargain, we exceeded it. I haven't felt this getting in a while.
Yes, Father?
Yes, Father. Oh. He is so proud of you right now.
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship.
We're going to say.
Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it.
I plan to go kill what is causing the final
The lives of
days.
each and every creature. in their magnitude and their fragility.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Do you understand? And are you prepared?
Sir, my body is ready.
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Oh god, yes. I am slightly physically ill, but I am going to do this.
Then I will bear it with you.
I
beg you, share your struggles
this is so
with me
touching.
as family.
Oh my god, this is so good. I'm going to be so glad I'll be able to finally watch other people's reactions to this. I am. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst.
Oh.
'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise.
I'm a grown-ass liger, and yet I'm about to tear up and cry like a newborn baby. Oh my god, this is so...
Detest me, fight me tooth and nail. I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream.
This is a man who was willing to watch the world burn to save his family.
You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
Now let me go speak to Heidelin so we can go kick a little girl's ass who I thought was a good friend, who felt darkness.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians.
Oh, god damn it, Square. You punched me in the emotions again. You're punching me in the emotions and plucking my heartstrings like a finely tuned harp.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
No, that's just mine.
Yours, in particular.
No, you got that
I
part.
see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If this is my final fight, I don't think I'm coming back.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look...
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Right. We've come so far. Lend us your strength. Our moment of triumph is close at hand. With me. Our moment is close at hand. This isn't just a moment for us. This ain't just a moment for the people out there. It's a moment for all of us. I don't even know which one I want to choose. A part of me wants to say, lend us your strength. Another is, our moment is close at hand. Our victory is close at hand. So we're going with our triumph is close at hand. Is in this once and for all.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an
Let's do it. I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulder, but importantly, his words were affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. Part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days, but to save this star is what we all want most. And if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours until the very end. We're talking to everybody, fuck it. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Arenvon's involvement. He was something of a contingency plan, and thank goodness we had him and his fellow claimers to hand. Though it would have been monstrously difficult to locate said entrance with a heinous delicate here as otherwise. My belt hurts from directing so many people to Lavros, but that only proves we got our money's worth. I cannot wait to see what our friends from Ironwood do with the ship. If I never see another crit again, it'll be too soon. Unaided, we scions could never have gathered such bounty. Refined Andamite, sacred relics, ancient of life. Uthola, any words of wisdom? Lyre sent a letter along with Gundelia's. Lee sent a letter along with Gundelia's contribute. It seems he's traveled there to aid in their antimantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gundalia was quite the trial, as was getting into Dalamanzar, as was reaching its depths. I suspect he has a few kind words to say about the Alligans when we next meet. Time has come to claim a prize. Are you prepared? Nope. We found to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineers' capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Highland may be contacted. We are to meet him at the appropriate when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge he holds, we should do so without delay. It requires, however, that the form method of speaking with her is not without risk. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrive with the antimantite have offered to stay and see any remaining tasks that need to be doing. The form has already asked for assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about things. Thank you, Toftaru. We're off to appropriate then. We knew it was coming down to this. We knew we were going to be facing this witch. Nacho, I have already sent the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarion here. See, he has the key to the left, as he can see you down after. You're with Master Fortuno. Yes? Just step inside and left here. Let's go. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, at its most closely guarded secret. The Balmazan? It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and hence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Sweet baby Heidelin. I want that as a mount. I bid you welcome to Thamuzan. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, tis was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce food consumption. Mineralized magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust to weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know it, has been removed for further modification, but shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word from Kadal, and several of your allies are working on it with intense fever. They are certain to see it done. 'Tis by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Highland ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even the benefit of our device to treat with her is not a simple feat. I swear, if we pull a Warframe and say I no longer need any communication, I can communicate with her telepathically, I'm done. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Sir? Her children, one and all. Let's do this. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. I want this as a mount. I don't care what I have to do to get this as a mount. Like, if this is like in an extreme fight for the mount, I will do that extreme fight. It's worth it. Because, no, this is probably like the extremes, 7 rainbow, the 7 win reward. If we don't get a minion of that ship or the ship itself as a mount, I am going to flip my shit. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists the ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and etherical are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower. And once more, here in Thamuzan, no sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we begin to work on this facility. Our work accumulated in a device that allows us to peer deep into the ethereal sea, but deeper into the etherical sea than ever before, in search of Highland's ever fainter echoes. The anti-scope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the severed unconditionally severed let me retry that. Rewind. For a time, yes, but since the 7 umbral calamity, it's been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the anti-scope. Even so, I shall make no guarantee that you will find her. nor for your safety, not so deep into the etheric sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. Observe your progress from afar. The anti-scope ocular lens by which we may peer into the etheric sea without placing ourselves at hazard lies above us. Through it we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming in contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with a teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composites of your soul remain here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please, allow me. I have thought much upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The event at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wishes it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner the Fortunate has laid out, however, I can still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none other I trust more. Compared to all that effort you put in keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition, to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. I don't... You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ancient past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, so we believe. Yet, what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them. Cast adrift on the ethereal tides? Some theorize that they linger for a time, those associated with strong sentiments in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that it may lift you up once more. Alright. Time for a dungeon. The anti-scope now accessible. Now, is this a dungeon or an actual trial? Oh, nope, it's a dungeon like I thought. You know, I really want to bring her. I really want to bring Atia, but I'm going to be running this like 5 different times anyway, so.
Right then.
So we're going to be doing this a couple times. Just going to be saying. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Oh my god, this is so beautiful.
stop us!
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you. The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
I am so excited right now.
underestimate me!
I still got hit by that.
I will not hold back. Gloves are on.
How am I?
So headstrong, stubborn to the last. But this is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Oh, how I've waited for this moment to put you in your...
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set! There! Let the curtains rise to the main attraction!
Seema! Oh, I did. I died. I wasn't fast enough. I was slow. Oh my god. This fight, I really wish I did mess that up. I really wish I did mess that one up. Oh my god. Now I must take the walk of shame. Or should I say the run of shame, because I am moving steam that bit. This is just so good. All our allies coming to aid us. It is truly Avengers Endgame right now.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set!
I will not hold back!
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
Oh my god, let's go. Come on, baby.
Ma, what a boorish audience you are!
Away with you! Away with you!
Let's do this. We did it!
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
I've been streaming as a kid. Alexa, how do you spell roller coaster? Alexa, how do you spell strength?
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all. How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmet-Selk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmet-Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and this vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Daniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall. Exist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
You look different.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power. The strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her?
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye.
No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
Well, not quite every day.
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
During this quest, and when you
I stand ever ready.
Let's go. I've been waiting for this rematch for so long.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue.
You're mine!
I will not hold back. Where near or far,
I will not hold back.
and now this. Light unyielding.
You cannot stop us!
By blade!
Ow. Oh.
Where near or far. By blade!
You underestimate me!
Crystals of light, to me! Here! The song of creation's end! Feel! The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
If I may?
light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. But this test is far.
You underestimate me!
By crystal's light. I have you now. There. Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
Together we shall overcome this.
You underestimate me. We're near or far. We're high or low. Light unyielding. I have you now.
You underestimate me!
You underestimate me.
Away with you! We're near or far. I have you. At last, man has the strength to...
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations. Surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself.
Please tell me I become a primal.
These were
Please
the
tell me I
words
become some kind
of the
of primal.
crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over. Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
No, we're talking to everyone, and we're talking. Full of love stories. Far be it from me to refute violence and words, yet even if perhaps we are kind or just, we can yet give them a noble meaning. We can yet make her faith the salvation of mankind. It's fortunate that I kept living away apprised of our progress. We require the Lord's aid more than ever. And if Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has more tangible results than I suspected. I bet ones that are not always obvious to us. In which case, we may hope that Highland's wishes continue to move the hearts of men as they set forth time and time again. Small bit of welcome, probably, but I've never been one for crowds. I will keep Highland words in my heart as a talisman and a lodestone both. Thank goodness I never would have suffered if any of you came to harm. She has given us all she can, so we must share what we know. I'm glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went. We could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuation in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Highland is... No, there's no time to feel our feeling. No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Highland's will without delay. We'll find Militon if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. That fancy navigation one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Sarlane's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them, there will be no Exodus. But I nonetheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, I suggest you rest a while. Proving oneself to Highland is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day? Ye gods! Shall we head above ground for some fresh air and then perhaps a nap? Let's do this. We're almost done. I'm gonna miss her. I'm gonna miss Highland. I'm gonna miss Banat. I'm gonna miss it all. We're gonna miss it all, my friends. I've been expecting you. About your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep. And if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Alright, I trust you had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortuna arrived not too long ago with a message. The Loporits have determined Metaton's location. We've been asked to gather at Rosa. I meet you there along with the others. Almost at the 10. We've passed the 8-hour mark and we're going for the next until we end this. So depending on how this works, I may or may not pass out during the trial. Oh god. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporits have deduced the whereabouts of Malin from the means of the crystal bequeathed to us by Hyland herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A variable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? Excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an excellent answer. Equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you through, but the myriad of other facilities housed within would greatly be traveled through the Sea of Stars. Even the mother crystal may not possess enough ether to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyper hopper into your afterburner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Follow, does this mean? Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the forms. Hearing the Loporit proposal, the forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and resettling on another star. Needless to say, the proposal invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hyland believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hyland's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour see prefer another means we may seek salvation, we shall be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That's why we have chosen to place our faith in Highland and you. The Ark will make ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. And what of the people that labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the line of Blazer. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of Antima go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They express unwavering support for your mission. Are the Loperites too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Heiden's love for Aetherius and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. And otherwise vexing problem, our know-how can remedy. Words. Besides, Highland chose us to lead the way to Mountain. Why else would she give you the crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we are perfectly content to evacuate Aetherius until you brought us here. And now we're in Nano the place. So what choice do we have but to save it? Damn right! We're either gonna save our home or we're gonna be damn sure to avenge it! It's time! Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scion, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You couldn't stop us if you tried. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, just like the song. I'll do whatever it takes. Very well. We shall inform the form of your decision and begin preparation to bolster the art with a hyper hopper. The Loperites will coordinate with Isabar contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. This would seem there's nothing else but to do and rest of repair, shall we? I know we're all so excited and ready. My body is literally feeling like it's going to probably throw up if I don't eat something soon. No, this way. I am beginning to lose it. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite thought it difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave domain where Dynamos governs all. Nevertheless, Highlands deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible option at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Mediterranean as we are. Which leaves the not so small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Diomedes for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, isn't it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Yes, sir. Everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Naruto, can I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the intern are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldinian Annex. All right? Right. Come with me to Aja. I have something to show you. Alright, I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick before we finish this. After that, I will come back. Now I have returned with food and sustenance inside of me that will sustain me for probably another 2 hours before I need to refuel. Welcome now to Toru's Boutique. I always done my best to provide the science for festival attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with unpredictable, unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need a symbol unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. The inspiration struck. I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of then Hungarian Danavar refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlotte. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Varusar Doll. How are things coming along? It's her. Everything is in order, Mistress Tara. We'll be ready to open work. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting just for a moment? The following cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending food finding reservations. We weren't going anywhere. I did not expect to find you here. I imagine the guards, alas, have to do it. Engineers, you know, do the work on the they signal the two will stay inside the see now. It is rather also please. But no. For it would no doubt prove a boon to artistry and commerce of the world. In fact, I can't even to see how your new employers What's God do for granting me this opportunity? Well, when you your artisans have taught me so much about thinking. I'm happy stored up with awe-inspired. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders they can come. I pray you every success in your endeavors. Before coming here, I heard word of the form's decision, of what would soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my fellow cultists guard the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. And we should be honored to receive. This is still much of Razvanham you have yet to see. Yes. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember that the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. I'm going in as a gunbreaker! What do you have? Let's see. I really wish Bayu would come up to this world just so I could be like, but she can only come in dreams, so it's really sad that I can't see her before the final battle. Like, Bayu, I really need. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? No, girl. No, what are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? There we go. Yeah, that's that. And a nice station. Though I have no. The phone said so long. Fine, continues indefinitely. The young. As there is work to be done, no matter how true I must abide here in Sullivan. Thus do I toll through every fiber of my being, rallies against it. Why, I even suffered the company of that brute buzz to see surprise transported in a tiny time. Yet he was the one getting leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for the otherwise welcome absence, now burning with extra busy work, and without Honor here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the sorrow and delicacies I sample were lacking in every aspect. I'm not going to be a dick. I could be a dick, or I could give him the truth. The cafe on the pier, their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you can vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion. And ta-ta for now, old girl. This here is the why you're still fighting, why you're giving it your all, why you're going to go kill the little girl who was going to be our new friend and then now betrayed us to become evil because her sisters got corrupted by the darkness. Well, if that Naruto and Taru I spy? Wedge and Biggs? No, nope. Greedy man. It's the Greed Man. Hancock. What are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, my expertise requires, aside from the delivery of goods, it's well beyond my purview. But what manner of individual would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straight away to Kagane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me. Running a new boutique. I am not blind to the trouble of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devotedly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Taru, fair enough. There's not more that I could do to help you. Will there be lemon cakes? Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, woman of tart taste, I see. Well, I gotta have some. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much more. The finest of. But let us speak more upon this, your return, lest I draw even more of Kataru's ire. Till next we meet. Where are we going to go after this? I mean, we got the 13th. We have the original Dragon Shard, which I wouldn't mind going back to because we can get some really cool dragon armor. Naruto, decide to spend your time for the markets, did you? Biggs, Wedge, Biggs. Hey, Biggs Wedge. Big Wedgie. I take it work on the arc proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sarlian and Raza Han has been a real experience. And to say nothing of what we've learned from the works. The arc is unlike anything we've ever supposed to learn. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. Can't wait for you to see it. Yep. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Saul. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up at a time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Solomon. Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack of grinding your goods by being right. Good. We have the means to send you off. Great expense, though the farthest known reaches of wealth and everything. I never thought I lived to see such marvels, yet here I am. And more often than not, you're in the signs of the catalyst that sparked the need for these great interventions. To think how much I'd miss out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There's that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Naruto. What happens? We have to keep believing for a brighter future. One more. And one filled with more adventure. And one filled with more adventure. We shall cross the great expanse. I really wish Tiamat could come. I would love to speak to Tiamat one more time before we went off. Just like, Tiamat gets to have her own Cyclonochrome, and she's just like, you blah 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 blah. I would love that. Right this way, please. Right. I don't believe that the two of you have been formally introduced. This is from the Pakistan. I remember you. Haven't we met before? Oh yes, it was you who helped. And again, when crossing the North Field, was it not? I doubt we exchanged more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. I remember most of the faces that I come in contact with. Thanks to Mistress Totru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we come to call this place home, or return to Benvenar, excuse me. But we are here today, and are glad to have contributed to this cause. And contribute they did, by helping make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence that it will keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, think how far we've come since I heard you rises down into the snow, even as certain and suffers, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, God here was there to grant you sanctuary. I'd never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we share, there is much sorrow as well. But I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Indeed. For your news on the way. You may now Getting drunk, specific gear. Weapons and gear obtained will be equipped at 89. However, all items left will be subject to item limits. Upon reaching 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the world quest. Let's look at Hyperion. Mine is still better. Mine is still better only by 5%. By 5 points. It's only down by 5 points. Other than that, that is not bad. Like, my stuff is slightly better in all ways. That's messed up. So I'm not getting the... I don't like the eye patch. I'm not a big fan of eye patches. I'm always saying that right now. I'm about to say, y'all better not just be one size fits all. Yeah, we're going to kind of bump that into. What is it? I like it. Still can't wear a helmet. I really want to see what it's like. Oh my god, these look so good. Get the monk set. I did like the other monk stuff, but I might actually get monk now. Let me see the full monk set. I like the monk set though. The monk set be looking kind of fire though. I actually don't mind the dancer. The only thing I don't like are the boots. Like I said, the physical ring actually looks halfway decent. Oh, I do hope you can find a moment for yourself and let the others know as well. They said we'll be returning to Bandejun Annex, though I doubt they'll stay for long. If you decide to go looking for the messages, give me the trial first. I'm so sorry. I've told you that. Oh god, my body. My body is not happy with me right now. I am probably going to die after this. But first, we need to put the glam back on, because I am going in like that. I am not going in half glam. We either going full glam or we going no glam at all. But we're finally up to the par. We're up to par, so. Let me up. Let me up. Alright, get up there. Yay! Nope, wrong one. you're back. I take it you received your gift from Taru? It was a surprise in the making. With many long hours of fighting to get everything just, I'm just glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, they've already taken their leaves. The stoves and created Ariadne have gone to the last stand for a bit. I'll say about Tia, the time but Alpha now, came up to pay a visit to the university store. Though it still seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm certain he will. Marjorie, right, done. But it's okay, guess what? You're technically slowly dying. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. Oh god, my brain. I swear if this goes on for like 12 hours, I might just stop. Just to keep myself from dying. Please, have a seat. We'll see about getting in the dream.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience...
We learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gunblade yesterday. And to think I used to prefer fighting from the shadows. Gods, I really have changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
Aw, Daddy Thancred's
And
worried
what of
about
thee?
his little girl dating
What wouldst
all
thou
the
pursue
guys.
at duty's end?
And what thee?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
to our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Sorry, I did say the others would welcome the company as well. Right, in any case, as long as you make the most of the time, it's all the best. We are almost there. Like, personally, my mind and soul just want this to come to an end. Oh, God. Y'all don't mind if I get up and stretch, do y'all? Because I really do need to stretch. Oh, God. Ooh. Oh, God, I'm stiff. God. Ooh. I might have to play standing up for a little while. I'm more stiff than a brick. Ooh. I forgot to check on my retainers too. God. My body is really trying to kill me right now. My soul. Yeah. He tries speaking safe, but he's fast asleep.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the
Hold on.
celestial adventures to
Got a
come.
phone call.
Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
Oh. So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library.
And you?
Alright guys, after this cutscene, I'm going to take a 5-minute break to bring in some groceries and make sure my sanity is still intact. And we're finishing this up. Oh my god. Oh wait. We can teleport. Oh my god. We're almost done.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you.
Oh.
In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tatar.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... That's not to say I think we won't be Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today.
Oh my god, it's not a death threat. It's not the death threat. It's not the doom flat, thank god.
After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Yep, it was past time we were on our way. We gotta finish this.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know.
I feel like my heart's about to give out.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
You're quite welcome, dude, but can we get this moving so I'm not dying?
Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Oh God, I suppose I thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidling meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Oh God, I feel so tired.
never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
How often have we thus assembled?
To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium. To stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve.
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, you must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
Look, I have sage words of wisdom to share. Ere you depart, mayhap the teaching of your capacity Baldur soon will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be things I cherish most of life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture unto the Sea of Stars. Oh god, I'm so tired. I probably fell asleep during some of that. Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm slowly dying. Part of me approves that we should not be doing this while I'm probably half asleep.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. from a fragment of Dalamud. We obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. if it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Sorry for the wait. I got every...
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
Yeah, for the people who are half
As you may have
asleep
witnessed at
and knocked
Bestways
out and
Barrow,
unconscious.
the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get...
Lead the way!
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go. And go.
Oh yes, I know. The reputation and ruin precedes you. At any rate, how may I help you? Kyle told me you're... elated to know my work was benefit. I could not have shared. Yet I yet owe you a great debt, and I may never be free. I shall try nonetheless. I'll exalt my resources. Not only through my research, but through my desire to see which I live. Scratch the surface of the so run along now and do what it is you vaulted heroes do best. The world shall tremble before my genius enough, assuming you are able to prevent the destruction that is. The Ragnarok is a compilation cooperative effort in every sense. The accumulation of knowledge from the world's greatest minds, both past and present, without question the greatest ship ever built. Let's finish this. Well, I got my second win back. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside significant time to view the scenes in their entirety. Let's get ready to die.
I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on! A burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly! Try it again! With feeling!
Engage!
Engage!
It is time! We end this here and now after a short nap because my sanity couldn't handle it. Dude, I'm getting Mongolian Knights feels from this, man. Mongolian Knights feels so much right now. Every primal! Garuda! Even Garuda!
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
I know, she's pissed.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice.
I love.
Let us revel.
And this is why I love Susanna. And he's like, I don't care. I got my freedom back. Enjoy the skies.
So long as the wind blows freely. I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
I'm liking this Garuda better.
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
I'm almost thinking the dragons are going to come out and summon Bahamut. It's just like Bahamut comes in and just like, hold up, let me show you the power of oh my god. We stargating, boys. Oh, I love the interaction with the primals. I just wish Ifrit had said something.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. Alright! Let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in your... Just don't do anything I wouldn't. Like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits. And you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment.
Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe! Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let us begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Ruins. What Did we find something to help us in? The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they will still return to their home. There is a structure here in front of me. Yes, a tower of some sort. Partly melted. It seems a twist of fate. It seems our perception of this place is not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world as I used to see it, it feels as though I'm dreaming on the lake. This is more than the faded memory led us to believe. Look here, this part is relatively intact. Intrinsic design on top suggests it is man-made. Though its builders were surely not men, as we can see. Having said that, I swore I've seen this pattern before. I can't see squat. Like, I am literally walking around bumping into some crap. Yeah, guess what? I am not buying viewers or followers, because I'm better than that. I thought this hill might afford a better view of the surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If that grate is here, I never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Wait. Were you able to find anything? As I fear. I still no trace of thinker. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted, leaving me with a feeling of death and anguish. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. You don't see it? Agree. We found only more questions when we We're in desperate need of answers. There's a far stretch of terrain from the ship starboard we have yet to explore. Let us search the site then. I'm gonna be really mad if this is Omega's homeworld and C did this. Naruto, a word before we join the others. I have no idea where I am. You see them too, don't you? The dragons? As I thought, their presence is tedious at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Miss mine with Linda is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on these? Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Wait. No, this is the Dragon Star. No, you sick. Yo, CP, if this is the Dragon Star, you are sick. You are sick and twisted. You're up there with oh my god, if this is the Dragon Star, I'm done. I'm done. We're stopping here. This, I hope and pray this is not the Dragon Star. Please tell me this is not the Dragon Star. Oh god. Oh god, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Please tell me this is not the Dragon Star. And this is just a cruel representation of said Dragon Star.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist, in like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
I wouldn't think it would be that easy.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Well, it's something I can get off my bar. What are you removing? Just a reprisal. Goodbye. Provoke. We're about to waste some XP. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we exist in the similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in his sacrifice, he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it. Asserting the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meltdown. Asterion, Naruto, But you accompany me in speaking with these dragons. Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey the surrounding. If there is a path that would lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone's finished. Melaton said these dragons are shadows and shades from a world whose destiny sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to amend to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather knowledge we may. A visitor out of this star. Could that was sometime our first up with our souls fade. We shall wait for it. If thou art I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship and silence. Thou, like the others, this place ill benefits thee. Do not tarry for once. The telling of my tale alters not its course. If thou knowest my going through these skies, will our kingdom return? Should I boast that I was the first among cloud hunters? Will the comrades I fail live again? Nay. Once I lived, and now I wait the coming of the land. What is this place? This is not our home. To our home did come from the metal demons, who of life enjoys. These are mere memories. Among them do we rest our wings forever. Leave us not to more travel. Thou wilt not find solace here. May you find peace in whatever hellscape this is for you. I'm feeling really bad about these dragons, man. Hold on, speak here. You gotta give us something, man. Drink not of the spring. Tainted are its waters, and thy dainty form hath not capacity to withstand. Well, thank you to let me know not to drink from the water. What of you? Ere the metal king, my kin were many and splendid, elegant worms unto rivers of water, worms possessing of them so powerful to wring the land between worms lost in the tides of time. Paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. You were a proud and noble race. Strength in body, we life metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never have we known such shame. Still now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burning like ignominy. We fly no more, only seek into oblivion. Our desires meant little to our destiny and must now. Yet regret fills me loss. You, Yoshi P, you are sick. You're right up there with the Nier Automata creator. This is sick and twisted, but yet oddly beautiful. I don't know how to feel. My feelings are all over the place. I'm tired. I feel like I'm slowly dying on the inside. Oh my God. Thou would bid me speak. Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly nor speak, or only watch, wait, and end. But one sight still stirs my blood, tempting me to raise my voice in lamentation. No words, no songs are possessed of the way to describe such tragedy. Go, I say. If we find Bahamut here, I'm gonna be somewhat pissed. These dragons have really given up on life. I don't care if I'm about to die. You hear his word to them. It was described to me as the source of their wills and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatchet, or was, essence of it's God's normal kind. Kind of living through. We trust him, his father. Of war and strength. This then happened. Why did I have to be right? Inside the shattered egg, you find no remains under the ground. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests the failed to emerge. A murky liquid has pulled inside the cell. The noxious filter it indication of contamination. Gingerly lifting the large openings, while we peer inside to see a flameless mass soaking up in the roar of fluid. We start turning and turn the egg to its resting place. The dragon egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragon head within succeeded in passing. You start with the cliff top, also from the plains. Shouldn't that be the opposite? bolsters how quiet. Yeah. Everything alright? I thought I heard dragons. I'm good. Well, was that your child? Perhaps some egg of a deep mind. But it's true though. If you're a bunny and you're not horny, something's wrong with you. If you play a bunny character and you're not slightly horny sometimes when you're playing, you're not a true bunny. If life within one did quicken, the beast that thou slay may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted as my foot as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fury, fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. This alone and bloody battle, but one and only blood king. Untold chaos destruction swept over the stone. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for rescue. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to reveal a futile effort. In pure silver plate with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our worlds were barren, and any expansion to such desolation faded to rot. The few survived to hatch nourished its abominations. We saw half but there are dragons among the people on journey to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to hardiest groups, and the rival of dragons entices contest for supremacy. When the fires fade, the war is lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We, tired of conflict, of everything, we now wait in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. Test of will. They want only silence. To be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed. A pain I understand and wish that I did not. For fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we found. Come. Who was that? Damn it. I'm trying to get more here. What the? Elders say that we must perish. Very good. But we shall not leave it then. We are too young to die, and I am still learning my words. Oh, save the dragonheads. Thou art a lifesaver. Let's do this. Learning their words, they will get to finish their ABCs and their 1, 2, 3. I'll be damned if they don't. We're almost at 12 hours. My brain can't comprehend that. I've been streaming for almost 12 hours now. Dear God, my brain. Oh, I love you. I'm doing this for you all. I'm doing this for you all. I see the wish to escape with what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Esteem. As for our part, we believe we are more accurately aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the isle, and to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small debris further, but it'll be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us somewhere. I considered that and tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundary of the island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok, asking the quest to search for potential paths. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Metra told us before, emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. Not entirely, if we remember what Highland told us. At present, it is indeed emotion that governs us. Perhaps it is not. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is not. But the dragons that hold us here. They tired of conflict and have chosen the path of oblivion to escape it. Or, rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there's no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that's indeed the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is but built on the history of turmoil and strife. Without refutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they. Melaton meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Dankren's determination. She concluded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules ultimate zero, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Tis ultimate love's architect. So, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a class of wills, though I marked no leader among them. As such, I did chance encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most, potent enough mayhaps to dictate the course of others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, the tone timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Sorry, I'm laughing at that. Challenged his desire to remain. Many allowed us to alter the island. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaulted rhetoric avail me not against his calcifying heart. Mayhap one of you will fare better? That's a guide thee. All in, they call him in the Dragon Song. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixated upon the mark. Well, what are we to lose? Let's get going. Oh, my brain. There we go. We got right all the way over there.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
This and our souls cry. The winds are still. Heavens offer no
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe and see yourself in him.
And see yourself in him.
Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tired of war. We tired of turmoil. Divinity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from war.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
We could cry later, buddy.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
I'm not crying, man. Just got something in my eye, that's all. Stadium knew this better than most. He was a man and a dear friend to the very end. He was right. And he's still fighting, just like they would. Their sacrifice, but we still have a chance to stop them. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alex is right. We must press on for their sake. How many more 89 things do we have? I'm wasting XP here. This will be cool. Let's reuse. This would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon it. Alas, it's not a language which I'm familiar with. I can't say I recognize it either. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the writing word entirely. So we may assume that this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Belton claimed the dragons would suffer a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. So basically, we gotta find out who's writing the messages. What do you suppose is left over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out of all this distance, but it's everything to bear the same crystal as this monument.